Recording in progress.
Ok, estou vendo que a gente está com o time do Insper todo completo aí também. Para nós está faltando o que, Siddhartha?
Só um minutinho, Helder.
Leonardo, só estou reiniciando aqui o OBS, tá? Que o OBS travou. Estou abrindo ele aqui de novo. Só um minutinho, por favor.
Transmission on YouTube. We should be able to get started in a second.
And I'm assuming we should hang out in the English channel. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Pessoal, encerraram a minha transmissão aqui em inglês. Então, não.
Alexandre, o inglês aqui no YouTube tá ok.
Pois é, Júlio, alguém encerrou a transmissão, eu não.
Ok, o canal em inglês do YouTube, ok.
Podemos começar, Júlio?
Sim.
Saudações a todas e todos que nos acompanham hoje aqui em nossa sala de transmissão e nos
Good
canais.
morning to all. Greetings to each of you in our broadcast today. Welcome to the launching of the Portuguese version of the website Teaching Public Management in the Digital Age. After that, we will have our seminar, Perspectives of Digital Government in Brazil, or co-organized by ILB and Insper. An initiative of this size depends on the work of many people. Today, we are reaping the fruits of this hard work, and for this reason, I want to start giving due thanks on behalf of our school. First, I would like to thank Insper, our partner in this project, and the person of Professor André Marques. Insper has made extremely important contributions to public management, public policies, budgeting, and economics, and law, which is my area of expertise. This is the first undergrad course It has a compulsory class on decision-making process. The website we launched today, as well as a seminar, are relevant contributions. I express my gratitude to Professor Bonduki, who helped me with the organization and the technical revision of the translation. I also thank the Federal Senate in the person of our Director General, Dr. Tomka, and of our Executive Director of Management, Tancredi, enthusiastic supporters of this initiative. I also thank the Translation and Interpretation Service team in the person of Elder Correa, Translation Coordinator, and Maria Martin, who revised all the work and is here today handling the simultaneous interpreting. It is not a trivial job. Looking at the website, we may not have an immediate idea of the volume of translated text, but just for the record, there are over 250 pages in Word. I would like also to thank the ILB office and Coperi teams, especially Danielle Aboud, who helped organize all stages of this work. Thank you so much, Danny. I also thank the team of this fantastic initiative that is the Teaching Public Service and the Digital Age, especially Tom Steinberg, who was with us last December and who patiently taught me how to use Squarespace and Notion to upload the Portuguese translation. And Professor David Eves and Ines Margol, who honor us with their presence here and who in a few minutes will talk to us about the history, present, and future of this project. I also express my gratitude to all speakers who have accepted to join us for a reflection on the digital government in Brazil. I take the liberty of doing in a person of my friend Tiago Peixoto because he was important in all this. In July 2021, I sent him some material related to the TPSDA and which I found online, and I asked him about it if he knew anybody in the project, and he told me that he knew Tom for a while. And after that, the idea came up of preparing a translation of this material. I also want to thank the schools of government that are joining us here today. Our intention is to present firsthand the work that has been done and thus allow each school to evaluate if and how the course plan can contribute for the research and the quality of their teaching, as well as to open doors for the building of partnerships that can reciprocally feed the research of these schools and the network formed by TPSDA, and which we have translated into Portuguese. So I want to thank Professor Diogo Costa, President of our National School of Public Administration, Professor Nelson Gomes, Director of SAFOR, the Government School of the House of Representatives, Professor Maria Cunha and Fernando Nogueira from FGV, Professor Marques from Insper, Professor Paulo Guerra from Dom Cabral Foundation, Luis Quimaidi Boslatecki, which has a lot of information on TI and digital transformation. We want this event and the Portuguese version of the site launched today to be a reason to intensify this exchange of experiences and reflections, and ultimately to contribute to the development of a more transparent, secure, democratic, and public service that is aligned with the needs of users. Enjoy the event, everyone. I invite Professor André Marques, Executive Coordinator of Insper Center for Management and Public Policy, to take the floor. Professor Marques, please. Good morning, all. Thank you, Leonardo. This is an important partnership, not only for our institutions, but for the country. I'm André Marques. I'm Executive Coordinator of the Center for Management and Public Policy of Insper. It is an honor to be here with you for the launching of the site of Teaching Public Service in the Digital Age. This initiative is aligned with the mission of our Center for Management and Public Policy of Insper. Our mission is to improve the country and deliver the country contents and the generation of good contents and dissemination of these contents. This initiative is aligned with our mission. The North is totally aligned with our initiative and the development of the syllabus and this network of countries, or more than 20 countries, has the ambition of delivering not only for our public servants of our country, but also other actors related to the public service, the third sector and the private sector. So these are actors that interact with this goal of delivering for citizens better services. It is a free website. Materials are fundamental to educate professors of public servants, which will deliver better services to citizens. This is a challenge. In our country, there are strong digital exclusion. On one hand, it is important that the government in general advance, and it has advanced. It's important to say that the government, the federal government and state governments have advanced. But on the other hand, we need to advance in terms of access to all of these services to citizens. We have, as of January 1st, a new federal government, new state governments taking over. This challenge will become more and more important. It is a pleasure to be here. I want to thank all of you, especially Manuel, for being with us. As a leader, David, Inês, for being here with us. A great honor for us to hear you, to learn from you. I'm sure this will be a very enjoyable meeting. Thank you. Manuel, you have the floor. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Leonardo. I want to thank ILB again for the support to this event, especially the translators who did this wonderful job of translating these contents into Portuguese. We know that English is still a barrier in Brazil for a great portion of the public service. So we have been working so we can meet the needs of our users. The challenges for a professional public service in Brazil able to use if effectively the public services for the population go through having employees that have been recruited and trained based on the project to support educators of public servants. This project is Teaching Public Service in the Digital Age, or em português, Ensinando Gestão Pública na Era Digital. All the material developed by this network is available openly and for free in Portuguese at the project website. Just enter Teaching Public Service and choose Portuguese, and professors will have access to all of these materials, units and class materials ready for use. Amidst the class materials, there are detailed class plans by David Eves and Inês Margol, amidst others.
There's like an infinite number of these, and what I really want you to sort of think about is there's very different assumptions.
Convidamos você a conhecer esse trabalho e fazer parte dessa rede.
Come join us with the translation of a course open syllabus Insper and ILB and Interleges get together to prepare Brazilian public services for the challenges of the digital age. Without further ado, I have the pleasure to pass the floor on to Professor David Eves, Associate Professor of the Digital Government and Deputy Director of Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose at University College London. He previously taught classes on digital transformation and digital infrastructure at Harvard Kennedy School of Government. He's also one of the founders of Teaching Public Management in the Digital Age. Welcome. Welcome.
Manuel, thank you so much for having me. I am so excited to be here for the launch of the TPDSDA syllabus here in Portuguese. This is more than I think any of us in the project ever thought or hoped would happen, but it is exactly what we did want to have happen. So what I want to do for everyone today is first just tell you a little bit about myself, tell you why we did this project, and then I'll be handing over to my colleague Ines, and she's going to talk a little bit more about like what is in the project, like what is it that we're trying to do. So maybe just quickly say hello. As Manuel mentioned, I'm an associate professor of digital government here at University College London and a co-director of the IIPP. I started my career off really thinking a lot about how we resolve conflict and how we think about disputes, but was always deeply interested in technology, and then ended up advising a number of technology organizations and that were particularly open source. So I think of organizations like Mozilla and Drupal, and it really pulled me into the world's technology, and I saw just how much was possible and how open source projects and technology firms were reinventing how organizations operated. And as I looked at them and I thought about how much I cared about government and how much I cared about public goods, I realized this type of thinking is going to come to the public sector. And we're going to need to think about how to manage that and how to enable that transition so the benefits that these organizations were experiencing could be experienced by the public writ large and by public services. I started by doing that in the open data space. So I spent a lot of time thinking about how governments could be making their data more open. That led to my participation in the Open Government Partnership, a trip to Brasilia for the Open Government Partnership meeting, like 10 years ago now, and some advocacy work I did. That in turn led to me doing some work with Code for America, running some boot camps for the Presidential Innovation Fellows, and then ultimately teaching first at the Harvard Kennedy School for about 6 years, and then now teaching on digital government here at University College London. And so I've spent a lot of the last 10 years teaching two types of groups of people. One are technologists that are going to go into government and helping them think about how does public administration work, what are the skills they need to have. And then the other are public servants who are already in government, but are wrestling with trying to figure out what does it mean to understand and to use and to make use of technology to create public goods and serve the public more effectively. And I am not alone in that experience. I come a little bit of strangling practice and theory. Ines comes from a very strong academic background, and a group of us got together because we realized that issue of kind of what it is that public servants need to know and how to equip them to be effective was one that we weren't sure public affairs schools were dealing with all that effectively. And so we were very generously given a grant by the Public Interest Technology University Network to start a project to start thinking about what is the minimum viable knowledge that public servants need to have in order to be successful in the 21st century, or as we like to say, in a digital age. And this is now our mission. This is why I'm just like, I can't even begin to explain why I'm so excited to be here with all of you, is because our mission is to try to equip current and future public servants with these fundamental skills so that they can be effective. And that needs to happen not just in my own home country of Canada or in my new adopted country of the United Kingdom, but it needs to happen in France. It needs to happen in Brazil. It needs to happen in Mexico. It needs to happen in Ethiopia. It needs to happen all over the world if we're going to create governments that fulfill the promise and the needs that our populations have of us. And so one of the early goals of our project was to try to ensure that our syllabus could speak to as wide of an audience as possible. And part of that was creating content that used case studies from all around the world. But part of that was about trying to see if we could start to get it translated, which again, I'm so grateful to Leonardo, Manuel, and Maria, translation, and Andre for making all of this possible here in Brazil and for translation into Portuguese. So, let's go deeper on like the why. Like, so I talked about my personal story of teaching this, but like, as I spent the last 10 years looking around, I could see more governments are struggling with how do they upskill their public servants and how do they make use of technology to deliver public goods? And that really came to a head during COVID. Because before COVID, a lot of governments were like, yes, we should be doing this. We should be thinking about it. We should spend more time. And then when COVID happened, all sorts of governments had to impose restrictions, or there were limits to how many people could come into an office. And so the need to deliver services digitally radically increased. And so over the last 3 years, we've seen a heightened interest in figuring out what are these skills that people need to have. And that kind of runs up against a reality of kind of what I think is kind of 2 decades of underinvestment. So the first is many governments, even though we're kind of 20, 30 years into having the web and being able to deliver services online, still don't, I think, kind of fundamentally understand how technology can help enable public goods and public services. And you see this because if you just look at efforts by government to implement digital programs and digital services, we have an incredible failure rate. So 64, this is from the Chaos Institute. They have a study where they talk about how, the Standish Group has the Chaos report. 64% of ID projects have significant challenges, and another 20% of those fail outright. This is, if you just imagine that we built highways with the same success rate that we have digital projects, there would be outcry everywhere. It'd be like, you can imagine these highways getting built and they like go off into the middle of the ocean, like they go out of like, Rio, and they just turn left and they go into the ocean, and then like everybody just drives into the middle of the ocean and the highway doesn't work. Like it would be an outcry. We don't build highways. We have a much better success rate because we've taken time and energy to figure out how to build highways. We're still learning early on here in government how to do software. We need to make this rate of error much, much, much lower. And it has gotten a little bit better in the last 20 years, but the reality is still really, really high. We're still in a world of kind of, 1 in every 5 projects fails outright, and like 60% are challenged. So we really could be doing a whole lot better. And if you look around the world, you see all sorts of like very famous government failures, from in the United States, the healthcare.gov failure. My own country in Canada spent $1 billion on what was supposed to be initially a $30 million project to fix payroll. That did not work. During COVID, all sorts of failures to try to collect data and have good, strong data references to be able to make decisions with. And then governments chasing opportunities to do things that probably don't really make sense because they don't have the skills to evaluate what's a project worth doing versus one that's not worth doing. Now, I put that in contrast because while these are terrible stories, this is also like the opportunity space is absolutely massive. I mean, even when I look at somewhere like Brazil, like the success of Pix is such an incredible example of what is possible when you have public servants who understand the potential of technology, can connect it to both practice and policy and roll it out. You can have incredible projects. So Pix, I talk about Pix everywhere I go because I think this is an incredible story out of Brazil and a wonderful example of the types of projects we want more success with more public servants doing that we're hoping our syllabus will enable. Even in countries like Togo, where you have Novici, another project where it enabled the distribution of money in the middle of the pandemic. They were able to stand it up very, very quickly. Totally transformational for a huge number of people in one of the poorest countries in the world. And then, of course, famously in the UK, the transformation of their website from DirectGov, which was a very hard to use website where the services weren't very good, to the gov.uk website, which, having now moved to the UK and having used that site personally for a number of services, is incredible how easy it is to use, how simple the language is, how simple the forms are. And so there's so much potential for us to do better. I think we need to help public service not only understand technology, but also understand all the ways that understanding technology and using it better will actually create these opportunities. I'm a huge fan of Helen Margetts, who has this wonderful quote about how technology, the reason we do the syllabus is that technology determines what is possible in government now. As many of us like to say, there is no such thing as digital government. There's just government, and it happens to now all be run on computers. And so if we don't understand what the limits of that technology are and how it limits our choices, every single time we deploy something, we do something in a digital era, and we don't do it right, we limit all of our future options. And so we need to get better at understanding, having our public service understanding the limits and opportunities that technology creates for us. I see that. I always have a fun little example I share with my students to really hammer this message home. So if you bear with me, this is one of my least favorite websites. And I think it really shows what happens when governments don't understand the use of technology. This is a website in Vancouver that you use to figure out what restaurants have been cited for having poor health standards. And so when you first come on this website, you can see there's a whole bunch of text that you have to read through. And then there's a little button where you accept. I don't even know what you're accepting, like terms of use. But if you read this language closely, it says all sorts of things like, don't use any of this information to make a decision about what restaurant you might go to. And of course, all this text that tells you like basically go away. And you can see a lawyer wrote this. This was not someone who said, I want you to use this service. This was a lawyer who's telling you, go away. Don't use this service. Don't derive any help from this. Once you get into the service, you can go look for your restaurant, and then you're basically told fairly unhelpful information. Basically, was it inspected? Was it re-inspected? As an ordinary citizen, you have no idea what this information means. This is all deeply sad to me because there are actually amazing ways that we could convey this information to the public if we embedded these types of tools, which people use to choose restaurants or where to order out from. If we embedded this information in easy to understand ways in these websites, citizens could make better choices. And this is what happens in the physical world. So here in New York, and when you go to New York, you'll sometimes see restaurants have these little like letters next to them. Those are restaurant inspection scores. And actually academic literature, academics have looked at this and they realized people, when they see these scores, they make choices and they go to restaurants with better scores and they don't go to restaurants with worse scores, which has a huge impact on healthcare costs and a huge impact on people's personal well-being. And so if we just took all these lessons and repackaged them in the right way, we could radically lower healthcare costs and reward responsible restaurant owners all in one go. But we'd have to understand how the technology works and how we could use it to make all that happen. This is the kind of work that we want to see happen with our syllabus. Our hope is we can enable public servants to better understand, have a minimum understanding of technology so they can be effective. How we do that is a whole second part of the magic. And I'm going to leave my partner Ines to talk to you a little bit about that.
Thank you, David. Just before I hand the floor to Inês, I'm going to introduce her because I haven't done that yet. Porque eu ainda não fiz isso, desculpa, eu comecei a falar inglês. Então, Inês Mergel é professora titular de Administração Pública e Governança Digital na Universidade de Constança, na Alemanha.
At the University of Constance in Germany. She's a member of the editorial board of several relevant publications in government information, public management review, government information quarterly, and has several publications focusing on the challenges of innovation in the public sector, the role of information labs, and the digital transformation of government. She's also one of the founders of the project Teaching Public Service, Teaching Public Management in the Digital Era. Professor Inês, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you so much, first of all, for the invitation, for having us here, and for this massive accomplishment that you have all pulled off, Leonardo, Manuel, and Maria. I have done the German translation, and it's so painful. Trying to translate things into your own context is almost impossible at times, and then contextualize it and make it so that it also works in your own administrative culture is a huge, huge feat. So thank you for doing this. Yeah, just a brief introduction of myself. I'm as was said, I'm a professor now in Germany, but I've lived in several different countries before, and I've been trying to teach these types of things for about 15 years now. I've been trying to bring together the public management and public administration world and trying to teach PA as a digital public administration class mainly. And the problem is we are always the ones who are the innovators, who are doing an extra thing by talking about e-government or technology. And I often hear, oh, you're too innovative for us. We need to teach the fundamentals. And as David said, really, it's no longer just public administration, but everything that we do is digital public administration. So I was really, really happy when Tom and David reached out to me early on in the process and asked me to join this project, because this is exactly what I was looking for and to create this type of community. So I want to talk to you a bit about what we've actually done. I think David has done a tremendous job explaining to us what's happening in the world and how public administrations are responding or not responding. So our response was basically to better understand how we can teach future civil servants, but also potentially upskill the one who are already in government and who need additional competencies right now. So we'll talk a bit about these different things, but let me start out by saying that we see a really, really mixed response from these Master of Public Policy and Public Administration programs. As I said, most of them do this as an elective on the side, and you hear a lot from your students and years later that really every project they're working on has a digital component, and they wish they had the time or the space in the curriculum to take one of your classes. And then it's too late, right? And then you have to bring in those competencies somehow from the outside. And it's really unclear oftentimes how that can be done. And so when you look in the literature, and obviously as a researcher, that's what we've done, really, really few programs in the top PA programs have incorporated IT at all. And it's not even in the NASPA competencies. They actually have removed it from their requirements. And that's really troubling. And I hope that they're revising that now that COVID happened. And as David said, now everyone needs these competencies. But all these accreditation processes take forever. If you've ever been on a board like that, you know how painful it is, how many years it takes. So that was really one of those things that we wanted to add and make it easier for teachers and professors to adopt some of the competencies. And what we see is obviously, as I said, in these electives, we have those really deep dives. I'm teaching a class on agile governance, but it's an elective. People have to opt in. They have to understand upfront, our students, that this is a real important piece of information that they might be getting. And we have a long list of those. I'm sure you have the same list at your schools, but convincing then people to come and use that kind of knowledge and engage with that is a whole different thing. So we wanted to create a curriculum that embraces all of these new topics and equips and future public managers with these ideas. So what was our approach? I think that's important also so that you understand this was not something we were just shaking out of our arms, but that we actually invested tons of time. We spent the whole COVID years basically developing this. So our approach was that we wanted to build a core community around these things. It needs to be grounded in research. This can't just come from somewhere or from some kind of survey. Instead, we wanted to be grounded in research, but also tied to practice. So what's happening right now in government needs to inform what we are teaching in the classroom, and then support it with theory and with research skills that the students need. And so we set out to then develop those competencies in the syllabus, and we are also creating the support network around them. And I will tell you a bit more about that. So the initial group of founders are these people who met at Harvard Kennedy School when David was associated there. And we sat down for 3 days and we started to brainstorm what we need to do. And as you can see, it's a group of mixed of practitioners and also core faculty members in this field. And so we we are currently a group of, the initial core were 3 editors, David Eves, Tom Steinberg, and myself. We took really, really long hours to compile all the information, to look for ways on how to teach it, and then have it reviewed and revised and so on. So it took about a year to actually do this. And then we have contributors around that core group. Manuel joined us then, for example, and gave us really, really important feedback on the design-led approaches, and user centricity, those kinds of things. And then we started to spread this out to educators who we hope are using it. And we have some evidence that that is actually happening. So what we have done is in that process, as you can see those circles, we actually did focus groups with contributors and educators so that they were able to tell us, and this is a screenshot of that. I think this was probably the session on data where we had people who really focused on that. We are trying to hear their opinions. Where did we have gaps in our thinking? In the literature, we try to be very inclusive and invited really broadly people to come in and tell us what we need to improve. And the result is, as you can see, part of the syllabus is a list of competencies that are explained to the educator. So this is not merely a list of here are the 8 competencies, take them and make sure that you have them covered, but we really wanted to give educators a background of what this looks like. And some of the competencies that we just picked out a few here is what this means, what the definition of that is. And then we are describing it in more detail and are explaining why all of this is so important, because we are not training IT professionals, but we are training public managers who need to make decisions on what they want to implement and how they can buy these things. Because we see oftentimes, David talked about the IT failures, and they oftentimes start at the buying decision, right? When you're starting to make decisions on what should the service actually consist of. And so we need to have managers in the loop and understand what kind of things they have to talk about to contractors, to lawyers, and so on. And so the result is then these competencies were then transformed into the syllabus. We internally talk about it as the syllabus, but what it really is much, much more than that. So you can download the syllabus anywhere. You can go online, Google PDF file of a syllabus of e-government, and you can download 20 of those. But no one in the world then tells you how to teach these things. You know, how to ask the right questions in the classroom, activate your students, what kind of readings should they have, how can you use the readings, maybe additional videos or additional links to additional material that you can use in the classroom. And that is exactly the challenge for any new faculty member, but also for practitioners who are converting into the classroom, or longtime faculty members like myself. So how would I teach about artificial intelligence at the moment? I have no idea. And there's also really no syllabus around this that I would be able to use. But obviously, in the future, my students will need these types of information. So what we set out to do is create much, much more than just the syllabus. Around these units, we created input for teachers and how to teach this, really stepwise. How can you build a class? How can you ask the right questions? What kind of supporting material can you give your students? And what we've seen is that many universities have now adopted the syllabus and even created new classes. And obviously, it's all in their own context. Some people are just pulling out one unit and can make a whole seminar from that, or a whole semester. And we have a list of schools who have really across the world have adopted this. And what we do in support of of the teachers, we are offering master classes. So these are truly train the trainer or teach the teacher master classes. It's not us sage on stage, but we guide people through this. They bring in their own syllabi. They're asking us questions. How can they potentially change their class to this? They are also suggesting ways on how they would teach this. So it's a community of professionals, and we are continuously creating these master classes. Here's just a list of all those schools that have adopted it. And so just one more word about what's next for us. We are expanding our initiative to also do grounded research on this, on all the new things that are happening. For example, Agile, how can this be implemented in very strict administrative routines, for example. And obviously we have the translations that are happening. As I said, I translated the German version, and we have, I think, 5 translations by now. And we have a masterclass coming up. I think the next one is in January. If you join our mailing list, we'll be happy to inform you about that. And more importantly is that we are trying to create more material. So cases that the teachers can actually apply in the classroom to make this more open access than some of the things that are really hidden behind paywalls at private universities. And we want to make this public to everyone. Feel free to contact us anytime. We are hoping that everything that we've talked about is somewhat helpful to you. And we are obviously also happy to help out any way we can. So thank you so much for your attention, and especially thank you to Manuel, Leonardo, and Maria. Wonderful job.
Muito obrigado, professor Inês, professor David. Para nós é uma satisfação, uma honra poder...
Thank you, Professor Inês, Professor David. It's an honor for us to be a part of this initiative and make it more accessible to those who are concerned about the Brazilian public service. After this first stage of the launch, I forgot to thank our transmission team of ILB in the person of Julio. Thank you so much for you making it possible to broadcast this event. We will now start our first panel on perspectives of the digital government in Brazil, to talk about the advances at the federal level. To introduce the first panel, we are going to have the support of Beatriz Vasconcelos. She has a BA in economics from FGV. She has been working for 3 years with Professor David Eves, both in the development of TPSDA materials and in executive programs with professionals from around the world. She was policy advisor to the Ministry of Digital Transformation in Togo. She worked in the Rwanda Development Council on the country's national digital skills strategy. At the think tank Demos Helsinki, she is an expert on transformation in public governance. I want to hand the floor on to Beatriz and thank her for her support. Thank you, Leonardo. Can you all hear me? It is an honor to be here in this event of TPSDA in Brazil. We've been working for 3 years in this initiative. In my job, we are always comparing what's going on in several countries, and I say that Brazil is ahead in the game. We do not receive the due acknowledgement for that, but we want Brazil to be more acknowledged internationally. We can say that many of the advances over the last years, the main of which over 2 years, Brazil has been considered the 7th country in the digital government maturity by the World Bank, also in terms of regulation and innovations that allowed our government to hire and divulgate innovation within, in terms of egov.br, the government as a platform. we will a lot of innovation has come up, so we will compare. We have been talking about Estonia, United Kingdoms, Estonia, India, but Brazil has been strong in digital transformation, has scaled digital transformation. We talk about Estonia, which is a small country, and India also is a continent country and was able to implement that at the continental level, and Brazil has done the same. So our discussion now in terms of digital government, and David and Inez have talked about this, we don't really talk about digital government, we talk about government at the digital age. We've been having debates about the infrastructure that federal governments can create so that local governments can use platforms, the platform logic, the types of infrastructure that the federal government can use to leverage innovation at the local level. And we also ask which should and should not be the focus of federal government. I would like to invite our speakers to talk about that. Another issue we have been talking is at this first stage of digital transformation, there was a lot of focus on effectiveness. Many of the initiatives we saw, the governments gained operational efficiency, reduction of costs, reduction of endeavors amidst ministries. But now we are starting to talk about digital transformation should not be agnostic, but should be linked, connected to the public value we want to generate. When we think about India, they had a clear goal of digital inclusion. Their strategy was guided by that. In Togo, same thing, reduction of poverty. In Estonia, the focus was efficiency. And now we've been talking about the great problems in countries that digital transformation could help with. So thinking less on efficiency and more public value, I would like for us to focus on that, and I would like to leave these issue. What are the great topics for today in terms of sustainable development that can be supported by technology? And I want to present our first speaker, Maria Alexandra. She is a professor at the São Paulo Business School of FGV, where she also coordinates the technology and government area at the Center for Public Administration and Government Studies. She has been working on topics of digital government, public information technology, smart cities, and public administration. She is also coordinator in Brazil of the Waterproof Data Project, which discusses the decentralized production of data as a strategy for resilience to the climate changes. Thank you, Maria Alexandra. You have the floor. Thanks, Beatriz. I want to start by thanking Insper, ILB of the Federal Senate, for inviting me to be on this panel. It's an honor. It is an honor to be able to contribute about the future of the digital government in Brazil. Or, as Beatriz mentioned, the future of society with the digital government. Maybe this is better said. I want to congratulate you for launching TPSDA. I already used the material in English, but to be able to disseminate this material and to increase the number of people who use it is very important. I want to start by by saying, to discuss this question proposed by Beatriz, I want to congratulate the advances of the federal government in terms of digital government over the last years, due to a professional team and very committed. The work of this team has been translated into advances internationally recognized. Beatriz mentioned we are the 7th country in digital government by the World Bank, but also the United Nations index that measures digital government in the world. Brazil ranked the 20th place in 2020. In the last edition, it went down to the 14th place. So I do not want to criticize, but I want to propose thinking what we can in the future include into these advances. This UN indicator, the Digital Government Index, it has 3 dimensions. Services, which Brazil ranks 14th, but also indicators to measure human capacity to operate the digital government and connectivity infrastructure. So when we look at this index and this UN publication, we can see that despite good results in terms of digital services, we need to advance in telecommunication structures and advance in human capacity. In terms of telecommunication infrastructure, Alliance for Affordable Internet developed the concept of connectivity with meaning, which means that people must have infrastructure and appropriate devices. They should use on a daily basis the internet in their lives and should have access to data that are meaningful to their lives. So when we think about connectivity in this increased concept, connectivity, yes, not only internet, but to understand more largely in terms of capacity, human capacity building. We have the human capacity to operate in a society, in a digital society. We have the population in general, and it's important to think of digital citizenship, how to develop human development within the digital concept. But we also have digital managers, public servants. All these need to increase their digital competencies, and this launching is a contribution towards that. There are other publics on whom we need to think. Another challenge for the future of the digital government in Brazil, Beatriz has also talked about it, is to think about a strategy of digital government that is ambitious. Not only development of the digital government as a leverage to reach higher goals. For example, development goals or focusing on a development strategy that is a development goal. We have seen at the federal government, in ministries, and in states and municipalities, that the digital government advances on what is possible. We look at the environment and we realize what is possible to do. And we make leaps. But there is also the development of the digital government that is unequal amidst the different levels of government and amidst the departments in government. The role of the federal government, in response to one of the questions posed by Beatriz, is to coordinate, a federative coordination, as Brazil is a federation, and promotion to federal cooperation. In Brazil, we have this strategy, this top-down strategy of the federal government in relation. They say, look, this is nice what we've been doing, do as we have been doing. This is an opportunity to establish coordination mechanisms at the federal level, and also of cooperation for the development of the actions of the digital government. The main challenge, in my opinion, which of the federal government, of the digital government, is not to exclude anyone. We can see that women and men in Brazil have the same access to internet. Perhaps we could say that men and women have equal access, but when we look at the indicators, we see that women use less the digital government than men. So there are also divisions as regards the elderly use less, the poor use less, the rural areas use less, which means that if we are in the countryside, if we find a lady, an elderly Black woman who lives in a rural area, the possibility of this woman using the digital government is nil. The publication of the UN of this year that has just come out, it says that not excluding anyone should be the operational principle of the digital government policies. And we had been talking about this for a while, but when the United Nations recognized the cruelty of a digital government for only a segment of the society that is more digitally developed, and think that the others will eventually join, this is cruel, and the United Nations have just recognized that. At the level of public policies, they suggest that the strategies or mechanisms are inclusion by default, inclusion first, inclusion by design. To stop these other tendencies, there is a recognition that these strategies were excluded people not only in the global south but also in the global north. These strategies in the south, global south, were cruel. One of the it looks like the future of the digital government is hybrid as a result of the pandemic. We must recognize human agency, human being in action, and support development, human development by means of digitalization, and not digitalization as an end in itself. It is necessary to have an analog and digital ecosystem to support the development, a more inclusive digital government. In short, my time is up. We need to improve the competencies of several segments of society, with a special focus on public servants, improve connectivity. With these improved concepts, developed an ambitious strategy, established mechanisms for federal coordination, and especially reduce inequalities and exclusion. Beatriz, I thank you very much. I pass the floor back to you. Thank you, Maria Alexandra. You brought many issues that are very good. The key takeaway is not to exclude anyone, digital inclusion. And this is a problem of all countries, mainly northern countries. When I started study this, how the United States and the United Kingdom were reacting to this agenda, I think they are behind us here in Latin America and in Africa. Brazil has a great potential to contribute to this agenda. We have good examples at the government level, such in states such as Goiás, but I really liked the provocation to think in other public. Sometimes we think we think about the services of the federal or state government for citizens, but we can think about digital transformation from government to government, and this cooperation you have been mentioning with other goals of acting to facilitate interaction amidst businesses or productive chain. There are several possibilities there. I want to pass the floor now for Ciro Avelino, who works at the federal government and will be able to give us his opinion on these issues. Ciro is a designer, specialist in strategy, people, and IT. He was Deputy Secretary of Digital Government, is currently an advisor at the Digital Government Secretariat, and a master's student in the area of public policy at FGV. He is employed by the Brazilian Federal Savings Bank, and he defines himself as a responsible defender of subversion. Ciro, you have the floor. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. It is an honor to be here. Thank you, Insper Interlegis, for the possibility of this dialogue. Manuel, Leonardo, thank you so much for this forum. One thing that we have done and need to advance is on the dialogue on digital government. We need to see multiple perspectives on several actors of society and how we can evolve in this process. And I agree. We are not talking about a digital government that uses technology massively in their processes. This is not what we talk about when we talk about digital government. We're talking about a society that changed intrinsic interactions because of the digital technology directly to citizens, because they have an infrastructure that is offered indirectly. This makes the society digital, and the government needs to understand itself within the digital context. This is the digital government. I wanted to bring this up. What has been said by Professor Yves, Inez, Professor Maria Alexandra, this is all aligned with our thought in our secretariat. Beatriz, I will try to share my screen. Maybe someone needs to allow me. Julio, can you please allow Ciro make Ciro a co-host so he can share his screen. I want to give you some examples of what we have been doing within the digital government. We must debate what digital is. What is the role within a secretariat of digital government facing this challenge? I like what has been said by philosopher Pierre Mancini from Argentina. And she said, today we have 21st century citizens, people who have to deal with institutions that have a culture from the 19th century, which is the government, which uses TI from the 15th century. So there are technology and cultural gaps, and especially, as said by Maria Alexandra, whom I really admire, there is a need and a gap amidst actors, especially in the government, so we can deliver public policies that bring value to society through approaches that are more adequate for the digital environment. Another point is to stop discussing technology and start discussing what is the approach of the presence of the government in the digital society. Digital is everywhere. It is difficult to not to get rid of it. It's difficult. We must discuss and advance in a discussion differently of doing better, because technology has helped to be more efficient in something we did before, and discuss what makes sense while government, what to do. There are things in the government that we value as something fundamental for society that is no longer important. So maybe we need to stop discussing how to do better, but discuss what makes sense as government, what should be the role of the government in the digital society. This is our mantra at the Digital Government Secretariat between 2018 2019. Digital government is not massive technology. It is to discuss the role of government as an organization that needs to deliver value to a digital society. And it is different from the private sector, as has been said. It's been clear that the idea is to include everybody and the universality, which is a government principle. So we need to look at basic perspectives of government, not how to be a better government, but how the government exerts their role within a universe that changed because of digital technologies. The digital government delivers value for a digital society, and how to promote this transformation, a quality of service, and rescue trust of society and government. When digital government is about trust. When we don't deliver what the society expects, if you are not concerned about this, society distrusts the government. We have seen a fall in the government trust by society, and we need to rescue this trust. So we talk a lot about trust. An important issue Maria Alexandra brought was the issue of connectivity and access to digital tools by the Brazilian population. And today we have over 150 million of and more than 90% of access via mobiles. 99% of access of this connectivity is by means of mobiles. This makes Brazil a great lab, in my opinion, a great promoter of this new view of technology by the government. And I agree with Beatriz that we need to participate more in this international dialogue so we can exchange informations about what worked, what didn't, and so we can promote a global growth. Now I would like to share my screen, but I don't think I am still able to. But anyway, I would like to share with you my opinion that has been transformative. In the beginning, we saw ODCE, we had the introduction of technology, and we focused a lot on efficiency, and we were internally focused. And this was helpful, but not really what we wanted. But what we want is to put the delivery of services for discussion. We have over different 1,000 services, and we have over 2 million accesses to our sites, 139 million users, and a series of platforms for use. But we believe that what needs to be in the center of the discussion is rights and duties, services, as a consequence of a main strategic goal, which is the relation of the citizen with the state based on
tempo de serviço que os servidores públicos atuais, os gestores públicos, os líderes, as lideranças do setor público têm, está em torno aí de 10 a 15 anos. Essa turma foi formada lá atrás, foi formada com um paradigma que não levava...
Public services that are now working are working under a paradigm that is outdated. That's why this initiative is important for the capacity building, a more modern capacity building for public services, and especially for those who deliver public services. And that's why I support, and I am a big fan of this initiative. We need to reform our leaderships and our public policies so we can change this culture in the public service. We did that within the strategy of a digital government. We needed a simpler and a government that is more user-centered, and we are more than 260 employees at the Secretariat of Digital Government. We have wonderful leaders that have embraced this cause and took us and helped us to achieve our initiatives strategy created with the participation of several sectors in partners of international benchmark that were fundamental for the strategy, the political and budgetary support. We approved a law on digital government amidst all this confusion of COVID, which may not be the best of laws, but it was approved. Brazil is today one of the few countries that has a specific law for digital government and data protection. And this makes a difference for some international ranking. Our secretariat migrated from technology to government digital, and we are focusing a value of technology for society. The idea within the pandemic, we saw the importance of our systems. This is the strength of having two great public companies that are able to deliver projects. We also have the GovBR startup for specific and cross-disciplinary company to deal with. It was a work to improve procurement and elimination of IT red tape within the government. In terms of what Beatriz provocation and what Maria Alexandra said, we're talking about 238 agencies, over 5,000 municipalities. We have launched a network to improve federal government platforms to municipalities and also to hear and debate. We had seminars over the years so we could discuss how we can better advance in terms of digital government. And another provocation, which is a challenge for the future, or rather for the present, which is the implementation of digital government already foreseen in the Brazilian law. And we need to debate more on that to find adequate strategies. And I will also say that the main challenges are to align this process, leave the vision of services and focus on values, and talk about development goals. We need to bring this to the government. Data governance is also something we need to work on. In states and municipalities, this is still limited. So data government and permeability is something that we need to work on to expand the market. There was a study for Brazil as a market of over 8 billion potential for the data market. So we need to understand and balance this with this asset, which is information. It needs to be better worked on. Two other challenges is the consolidation of the federative agenda and a clear discussion on the consolidation and investment on this agenda. All this goes through a discussion process of the government agility, and we've been talking about project management, dematerialization of work, knowing how to handle the new normal work, user experience, communication, for the leverages of digital government. We also have this communication component as something fundamental, in addition to legislative evolution and other aspects. The mobile government, Maria Alexandra talked about connectivity, and I want to reinforce these, that we need to work beyond a tower that provides signal. We need to understand what is the level of availability of this connectivity for the citizens. Some citizens do not have access the whole month. We don't have to go to we don't have to go far to see that many people do not have connectivity the whole month because their data package expire in the middle of the month. For some people, the main difficulty is not connectivity, but the technicality of text and other difficulties. I'll stop here. I'll pass the floor on to Leonardo. Thank you, Ciro. As a Brazilian, I'm very happy with what you said. It's aligned with all that we have been speaking. You talked about the challenges of bringing public value for the center of debates. You talked about the development goals to the forefront, the federative agenda, agility in the government. I am happy that these topics are present of your secretariat, maybe to contribute in this area of governance. I want to invite Tiago Peixoto to contribute. Tiago is a senior specialist at the World Bank and regional coordinator for public sector governance. He has more than 20 years of experience in public sector performance, digital governance, participatory democracy, and civic technologies. He holds an MSc and PhD from the European University Institute and MSc from Science Po. It's a pleasure to have you here, Tiago. Thank you, Beatriz. It's a pleasure to be here with Professor Maria Alexandra, Ciro. Thank you, Manuel and Leonardo, Insper, and LB for this opportunity. I can see a certain alignment in terms of creating public value. I always wonder, there's a question about management called good government in the tropics. I wonder, what is a good digital government in the tropics? What is a good government in a digital government in the tropics? Maria Alexandra and Ciro mentioned that the question is, what is a digital government? Which is going to touch the poorer layers of society. May not pay taxes online, but perhaps think about telemedicine. What is the future of telemedicine? How can we use technology for health community agents? So what is a government who's pro-poor? One of the ways of thinking about this is changing the focus to transition to a focus on the user, a transition that has started. I want to acknowledge the work of the Brazilian government, Ciro, in this area. And that is why it's important to build capacity in the different agencies and health, education, agriculture, and the initiative of capacity building of TPSDA is essential and very welcome. This is an issue that has to be talked about, and thank you for provoking this, Beatriz, in terms of thinking about delivery of value. Another issue that we talk a little about, but when we implement digital government projects, we see in countries such as Mozambique, Romania, Argelia, is the procurement of technology, which is a challenge. How can we facilitate that, including for the federal government, for federal entities? There is some innovation in Brazil, but we can go farther. In Brazil, there is auctions for procurement by electronic auction. And the United Kingdoms, they also have an initiative like this, where there is a digital market where governments can hire digital services from the private sector, which favors the economy of the private sector in a way that is more aligned to the agile development, not the waterfall style that which gives elasticity to the procurement of IT. Ciro will probably agree with this challenge. A third point that is important is Brazil was a protagonist, had a lead role in digitally the internet civil framework, designed both product and process. So in terms of the perspective, we should think about be more proactive in a public digital infrastructure, create platforms that will be used not only by the federal government, but by other levels of government. It is important to lead the space of public infrastructure, not only create software for others to consume, but a leadership to be proactive, to consume ready software so that we do not have to reinvent the wheel. So with this digital public infrastructure, I believe that Brazil can improve, can be more aggressive, not only contributing, but consuming it. For example, Ukraine is doing a great job in terms of digital government, and Estonia as well. They consume one of the applications, one of the solutions called DIA, which they use replicating in the history, replicating from Ukraine as opposed to starting from zero. This is a key role in replicating things that are being used by others. In terms of perspectives and areas that are important for Brazil, something that could be an advantage for Brazil is the use of technology for the environment, green techs, Itados, due to the strategic stance of Brazil. Brazil was a key player in terms of digital democracy. Brazil, for a lot of time, produced ideas. We had e-democracy, participatory budgets, and in the next years, we should be thinking about these. What is the place of Brazil in the production of public goods in terms of digital democracy? I will close reminding this issue of the focus on the poor. What is the problem we are solving, and thinking about procurement and how we can improve. Something that Maria Alexandra mentioned is to learn from others, not only from other countries, but also from innovation spaces that are the federated entities. I'm thinking about telemedicine. Minas Gerais had a wonderful initiative on this that had an impact on child mortality, and this could be replicated. Also think proactively in terms of contributing for the public digital infrastructure and digital democracy. These are areas that have a promising future and could further help Brazil in the technology sector. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon. Thank you, Tiago. I liked what you said about the digital public infrastructure as one of the main points. It's one of the great debates that we see today in the world. And many of these infrastructures, as you said, are made available by other countries. So we can think about international cooperation so we can use these infrastructures. I also liked what you said about the what would be the agendas, these great objectives for creating value. We talked about digital democracy. Taiwan is a great example. They focus a lot on the use of technology to increase civic spaces and increase democratic participation. You also mentioned the environment. If we start using our capacity for the environment for the next government, and also Maria Alexandra in terms of inclusion and social development. So we could start thinking about the populations that have less experience and less education and focus on these people. So I heard many provocations. I now want to open and hear from any of the speakers or anybody who is present who would like to ask a question to the panelists. Thank you, Beatriz. I would like to hear from Nelson and Paulo. Please ask a question. I will start first, and I will mention the things that please me the most about TPSDA, the idea of interactivity with the timing of each user. I had the experience in the Chamber of Deputies, the implementation of their their system for remote deliberation, which describes the realities, this notion of interactivity, how we try all the time to have a feedback of what is happening in several layers of work, and we try to adjust and improve that all the time. InfoLeg by the Chamber of Deputies has dozens of versions since the pandemic started. I have a concern, though, within the public service. When we find a problem, we try to solve it, but not necessarily we document it and reflect upon it deeply, in a deep way. One of the main roles of researchers and those who follow these initiatives is to generate a memory that will be useful for people who have similar challenges. Perhaps Maria Alexandra, Ciro, Tiago, I wish if you could comment on these and how you see the work of the academia, think tanks, to build these blueprints to consolidate the failures, and which I learned from TPSDA. They said that the failures are just as important as successes, because we can learn, and we can learn from them. So whoever wants to speak on that, please feel free to speak. I would suggest that Maria Alexandra start. very important what has been said, Leonardo, the suggestion. There are initiatives to systematize and study what failed. I was a government employee for over 20 years. I was a manager of the e-government. So my response is not only academic, it comes from practice also. In the academia, it is difficult to interview people and systematize failures. Because in Brazil, we do not have the culture of learning with mistakes. People have the feeling that they will be punished because that government can be punished because that project did not work out. I try to systematize, and we have some cases in Brazil of initiatives of TI that did not work, and try to understand why, because the project was good in the beginning, it would improve the environment, but as I encountered resistance. People do not like to talk about it. I understand that there is this opportunity to learn, but I also believe in an internal reflection of project management of a certain project in an agency, reflecting about the practice of the project, what happened, and systematize this and this be used by the agency itself. We could build very interesting cases and make them available to all, not only for teaching, but also to learn from the case. But there is great resistance because of our culture in the public sector in Brazil. Thank you, Professor. I agree 100%. Ciro, please. My case is an example. In 2021, I left a job as a government executive because I thought it was the time to bring this to the academia, and that's why I decided to take a master's class to bring this view of what is going on in the digital government. And I very much want to see the academia closer to project execution and also the private sector. This is a challenge for all governments to open the doors and be permeable for businesses, small and large, that appear startups, for example, and also the delivery of value. We have in Brazil great ecosystem of small and large businesses that increase, that deliver a lot of value. They face difficulties due to our culture and the government. There are some risks to be taken, and risks as a government executive, it's two-sided. When there are risks, you can get closer to delivering value, but on the other hand, there is more possibility of failures and being held responsible for that. So to generate learning, it's necessary to analyze failures. I like to say to my colleagues, because of all of our cultural context, that before before a mistake, first of all, we fix the mistake and then we analyze, and only later we look for a culprit. The first thing is to fix the mistake, and then most important is learn from the mistake, and optional is to find culprits. I want to share an experience with you. A group of public employees that create eGov nights. These are meetings in which we get together and we have a drink. We have drinks together to talk about government. Recently, we had eGov nights on failures, and we have had 3 such talks, and these are public employees exposing, learning from problems that they found at the municipal, state, and federal government. And it's been very rich, one of the richest experiences, because it's great to learn from the failures of others. So this is, and I invite you to join us, and we want to discuss with other sectors of society. And we need to talk about failures so we can evolve in the digital government. Tiago, would you like to add something? Ciro mentioned my suggestion is 10 years ago, we also had a fail fast where everybody went and submitted their failures. And as we grew, people started telling more beautiful stories. So what's important is to have a forum for these failures, to create a community where people have the trust to expose themselves. Perhaps this community is something we can create after our event today, so that people can share these failures, which are so important for learning. This debate is very good. I believe this issue of how to be more humble and admit failures and learn from them is an issue that I see governments the world over having difficulty, but it's a wish from employees and from many organizations. I did not know about this failure talk. I also want to hand the floor over to Paulo. Do you have any questions? Thank you so much. I am honored to be here. 2 points mentioned by Ciro. He mentioned public companies, public companies of technology of Brazil as a triumph we have. I would like to hear more about that, because what we hear is people criticizing these public companies on technology. And I agree with Ciro that these public companies have a great potential. This is the first thing. The second aspect, and now about Ciro's second participation, I also want to talk about civil society entities on education or others for the aggregation of public value. How can we think the participation of these institutions, especially within the context of a new procurement law that tends more to the production, innovative procurements, and now that will come in full effect as of April 2023. How can we take better advantage the purchasing power of the state, not only for develop internally, but also for society to make use of what is offered by the government.
Bom, Paulo, eu vou tomar liberdade de responder aqui rapidamente. Primeira pergunta.
First question. I am a public employee. I will never say bad things about the government. Some public companies need to be evaluated. The reason for existence of the company can change, and we must be aware of that. This is a property of all, and we need to be aware so we can get the best out of them. On Serpo and DataPrev, Serpo started digital identity in Brazil that allows any citizen to have digital signatures and over 2 million signatures a month. So Serpo is a reference in information security. All this structure made available by the government, the Brazilian government, to support the Senate, and comes from Serpo and DataPrev. This company had many challenges during the pandemic to pay benefits to several families. If you want to learn about agile processes, talk to the managers of DataPrev, the many lessons and failures they encountered. The results speak for themselves in relation to these companies. Can they get better? Of course they can. And it's important to be always talking about being more efficient because these are the main arms of the digital government in Brazil. They are the organizations that deliver a fundamental value for citizens based on agility. A research on quality evaluation, one of the points for citizens was agility of services. And for me, these companies have a capacity to work on this. Let's talk about the labor booklet that was developed by DataPrev GovBR portal, which is the third largest government portal in the world, and all the structure that comes with this. These are two institutions that have a lot of prestige and are important in digital transformation in Brazil. As regards the second question, I have studied, but maybe I'm not a specialist to talk about startups and the legislation. Everything is new. I see the Court of Accounts and ENAP doing a wonderful job, and in partnership with ENAP, we launched a challenge of 80 million reals to hire startup solutions for government solutions using artificial intelligence. So we can these businesses are much more competent than us to handle these. Also, we have Brazil Lab that catalog and do a wonderful job in the incubation of these businesses that work in the technological matrix. And we need to align all of this so we can extract what is best from all of them that is new. That's what we need. We need to fail quick so we can learn quickly how to handle these processes. Any other comments from Tiago and Maria Alexandra? How about Manuel? I think he had raised his hand. I would like another provocation. So if you want to close this matter, I want to comment on the companies because I agree in some points with Ciro. But public companies, not only federal, but also state and municipal companies, they have difficulties and have assets. On one hand, I'm going to talk about problems. They are cooperative. They defend their own interests and not the interests of the government or of the citizen. They are vertical, heavy structures, a lot of bureaucracy. They have a technical and outdated technical body with shocking benefits, which are expensive for the government and for the solution of problems of more technology in public policies or services. But public company has great assets, and I defend their maintenance without reservations because they have knowledge about the processes of the state. They are stable. They are able to maintain, to provide services and infrastructure for the governments, diminishing the problem of the government. The current government do not like the previous government. They have been able to maintain the structure and the knowledge, and some of them have very modern services. So we can see in states where they have better public digital platforms, and these are the states that provide better digital services and better working platforms for their structures for their governments. On one hand, I agree with you, they are good, they should be maintained, but on the other hand, there are points to improve that go beyond that, and they have to be reformed, not only improved. Today, public IT cannot work as they worked in the 1970s. They miss the times when they worked that way, but the world changed and they need to adjust to the needs of a digital society that is totally different from the 1970s. They do not need to be changed, they need to be reformed. So we're getting to a close. Maybe we can have a last round of questions. We have received a few from the public. And Manu, maybe we can do these questions together. I have a question from Gabriel Maciel that he posed on the online chat, a comment on the perspectives of subsidies and cooperation for the implementation of digital government, especially small municipalities. And another one from Joelson Veloso to use the uses of the idea of the government as a platform for cooperation, public and private. Is not talking about a government with focused internally, but focused externally to offer more services. Manu, would you like to ask your question? Yes, I'll do it, and then we can go on for a last round. My question is, we are in a transition. This is a panel on federal government, and the federal government is going through a transition. The government arriving has some failures, traditional failures, and one of traditional agendas, and one of which is participation, the participation in the digital government. From the political perspective, the government that won the elections as a story of traditional concepts, participatory budgets and others that, and they also have experience of participating, such as the internet civil framework. How do we update all of these tools? What do we know about what we know? How can we support the political agenda of the new government so we can have an open government supported by these digital tools?
Acho que quem quiser pode comentar essa última pergunta ou as duas
Who
anteriores
wants to
também.
comment either this question or the previous two? Tiago, I was going to talk about government as a platform, but I'll leave that for the other colleagues. Manuel, your issue is important. Traditional spaces of participation we're seeing is spaces for the participation of society that are aligned, especially in the current polarization that we see. How to create participatory spaces that are inclusive. There are two dimensions in which we could approach. I'm not talking about political participation to start having feedback from the state as regards public services. I would invite you to look at Pakistan, which is called proactive listening system. I use a service and I receive immediately an SMS or a text to give feedback on the service. So these services will attract more, is more inclusive. There are also spaces for mini publics. One of the limitations of the citizen assemblies is the cost. When we think about virtual spaces of citizen assemblies combined with offline spaces for participation, I believe this would be a way to oxygenate participatory processes. This oxygenation in institutional terms is essential and has to be thought beyond democratic innovations that are now 20 years old. It is important to reflect based on this and what can be done, adding participatory channels, not substituting them. Can I comment, Beatriz, or are we out of time? I'm going to speak on the three questions. As regards subsidies for small municipalities for the development of digital government, I'm not going to speak about subsidies, but as regards municipalities, we need to develop a strategy to approach the different municipalities that we have in Brazil. We cannot treat equally São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Curitiba, Belo Horizonte, as opposed to small municipalities that have no infrastructure or systems. This respects benefits for these municipalities, but also responsibilities. So the strategy of the digital government has to force the responsibility of great municipalities to advance that are not being done. As to the government as a platform, some places in the world, such as India, have been very successful with platforms and strategies for the provision of services located not only in the government. This has to be designed in relation to what is possible and desirable and the goal that we have for Brazil. Maybe not to have this internal focus, but including in the design of how to provide for services. As regards participation, Manu, I will repeat what I said, that the digital government must be hybrid. We can think about tools, digital tools. We must think about them, and we have very successful experiences with that. But we also have seen governments using digital participation as a pro forma thing, just to check a box, doing minimally what the legislation does. So we need to design an ecosystem for the participation that integrates online, and I will not say online participation, that integrates digital possibilities with what is still analog, which is people meeting, seeing each other, and debating proposals. So I believe in this design that integrates both things. I'm going to comment quickly. I really liked what Maria Alexandra and Tiago said. The offer of subsidies in case of questions for small municipalities. It's important for the great actors of the digital government ecosystem to adopt open government, open platforms, open softwares that can be distributed and used by those who do not have a quick response for the development of solutions. It's important to work with this exchange of information and tools. Through GovBR, for example, any municipality in Brazil can authenticate users for digital services. There are states such as Minas and Rio Grande do Sul who use only this tool for their digital services, and we can learn from them and use their experience for other platforms. Other platforms for the ombudsman of states and municipalities that could use this experience. It is important to use the disparities amidst states and municipalities in Brazil. We have seen this within GovBR. We must also pay attention to public policies, consortiums of small municipalities that join together so they can have access to other tools. So this can happen with the digital tools as well. And there is a consortium in Brazil already working. I also want to mention the banks, international banks that have made finances available. For example, IDB and World Bank that have been transferring funds for Brazilian municipalities. So the barrier is not really on the resources, but on a correct planning and correct approaches. The government as a platform, I want to say hello to Joelson. He understands a lot about government as a platform in Brazil. It's clear that a state must be permeable. with the private sector. When we talk about digital government, we talk about delivery of value for citizens. That's what I have seen in all international organizations. The vision for the future of the government is a proactive government that delivers value for citizens. The government will not naturally have a presence in the context of citizens. It is the private sector that is more present within the context of citizens. The citizens within the specific context of transactions, of businesses, we will need the partnership with the private sector. And I think this is possible if strategically we think especially in the participation of the government to diminish an asymmetry of information, privacy risks. All of this has to be taken care of. And this is the time to talk about this, including here in the Digital Secretariat. We have been talking about it. I believe Brazil has the maturity to do this, to start thinking about how we can advance in this area. In terms of participation, we need to discuss this agenda. Manuel, I agree with Professor Maria Alexandra. The future is hybrid and things are complementary. Technology in itself may facilitate these processes of checking, and we have seen this during the pandemic. Meetings were much less costly. It's much easier now. People are used to debating online, such as we're doing here. And the second layer is what Tiago said. If you wanna, you can come and visit us and see what we have been doing for evaluation of our services, where citizens are able to evaluate and give feedback as a five-star evaluation system. And we also need to know processes that need to mature, which is the concept of user boards to associate citizens not with the public policy with a view of service. It is a debate implemented to advance, and we need to talk so we can better advance on these discussions. This would be an interesting path to trudge, to follow, to debate on these tools with a view of what is the value I am delivering. So we can work this participation with a clear objective. And conferences are important for the strategic view, the values we are delivering through which service. It may be more sensible to use digital tools for active listening. We have received a award for this process of receiving feedback from users for the GovBR, an interpretation of the natural language. This feeds back into the applicative. So these are layers of participation on which we can work, have something more operational. We need to work the culture to examining the feedback and the evaluations, and we can bring this is used in the private sector, and we can integrate it into the public sector as well. Thank you all very much, Professor Maria Alexandra, Ciro, Tiago. This was a high-level discussion. I'll try to summarize. We started talking about the past, how Brazil is a reference in the world about digital transformation. We talked about legislation, innovation, laws, digital laws, Brazil's rank internationally. Then We talked about the future, the challenges. Challenges were many, some of which how to get closer, how to coordinate the different levels of government and institutional coordination, and how to integrate the private and the public sector, how to exchange knowledge from the academia and the public sector so we can have more structured learning processes. We talked about digital inclusion mentioned by Maria Alexandra, the what we talk about digital first, which means including first the idea of the digital government being hybrid. And we also talked about opportunities. So the service is no longer the focus of digital transformation, but focusing on the user, how we can use technology to help with user problems. We talked about civic participation, the environment issue, social issues. The technology could be deepening inequality, and we need to be proactive so this will not happen. The main takeaway, given our potential over the last years as one of the main actors in digital transformation, is to use all of these capacity with a focus on public value and on the citizen. The perspectives for the next years, I hope, will be positive. Conditions are already very positive in the present, and we have everything to be successful in the next years. Thank you all who participated. I also have two messages. One, that Insper is going to give a fellowship on public policies amid participators. The link will be posted in the chat. And also I want to invite you all to explore the website of Teaching Public Service in the Digital Age. This is an initiative that has been going on for 3 years with professionals all from the whole world and contributions from the Brazilian team. It is a privilege to have this material translated into Portuguese. I invite you all to examine these contents and make their contributions. Leonardo, Manu, I just want to remind you that the seminar will restart again at 4 p.m. We'll have a second panel on government, digital governments in the subnational context. We'll have the participation of Professor David Eves, together with representatives of municipalities and states in this process. It is fundamental for us to talk, to discuss digital government at the subnational level. And I want to invite you all to be present. Thank you all. Nelson, everybody who's present. It was great to be able to have this event. Thank you all, and I'll see you all at 4 in the second panel. Thank you so very much.
Podemos começar?
Can we get started? Yes. Can we do the countdown?
Faz uma regressiva de 10.
Ok.
Let's do a 10-second countdown. Okay, starting now.
Ok, boa tarde.
Good afternoon, all.
Sejam bem-vindos e bem-vindas de volta
Welcome back
para a segunda mesa do nosso
to the
seminário.
second roundtable of our seminar, Perspectives of the Digital Government in Brazil. It's a pleasure to have you here. I'm Manuel. I will be the moderator of this panel.
Na qual a gente vai contar com a presença
We
do
will
Thiago Ávila, da
have Tiago Ávila, Katia Argolo, Antonio Carvalho, and Professor David Eves.
pelo atraso, a gente
I apologize for the delay. We had a situation of a health situation in the broadcasting team. We know a government is composed of people,
vive os contratempos.
and these unexpected things happen.
Lidamos com isso. Eu vou começar a minha
Going to start
pessoal só dando recado
just saying that we had mentioned
na primeira parte do seminário,
this morning
fazendo sorteio
that we will have a raffle for a
pelo Insper,
class at Insper. It's a short course in the area of public policies, so those are interested. This is the QR code for the raffle.
ele também está disponível em link para
There is also a link in the chat, in the YouTube chat.
além dessa imagem, eu queria
In addition to this, I want to start by presenting another image, remembering that we are now in a panel to discuss the challenges of the digital government in municipalities and states in Brazil. This morning, although there are challenges and we have advanced at the federal level, those who understand public policies in Brazil, we know that life really happens at the national level, at the states, and especially the municipalities.
Então, o objetivo da nossa mesa aqui
The goal of our panel
avançar
is
nessa
to
compreensão
advance the understanding of where we're going the next 4 years.
dos governos dos
And
estados,
if we're thinking about the perspective of states and state government, or maybe 2 years if we are talking about the municipalities in terms of political cycles, and identify where the challenges are and where we should go, what is working, what is not working in terms of digital transformation in municipalities. There is a basic characteristic, and I'll move on to my next slide, which is the disparity amidst the levels of government. In this graph, you can see
estados brasileiros
Brazilian states,
e no eixo X,
and in the x-axis,
desenvolvimento humano
the
dos municípios desses estados. E no eixo Y, o índice de serviços digitais,
HDI, and y
índice importante
axle is digital services by a bet, analyzing offers of services of the different levels. There is a correlation
desenvolvimento humano
between human development of the state and their capacity of service delivery. States in green and red are states in the north and northeast, while yellow, black, and purple are states in the south, southeast, and midwest. DF, Bahia are states that have a high IDH, HDI, but there is a trend for states in the north having worse indexes in terms of service indexes and HDI. So I want to start with this provocation of this graph to emphasize the role of regional inequalities in the agenda of the digital government. And in the case of municipalities, these disparities are greater. We have capital municipalities that have a lot of capacity. They have their data processing companies, which are the size of a country, and we have very small municipalities that do not have access to informatics and cannot develop a service portal, for example. But the duties of these two sets of municipalities, those who are highly structured and those who are not structured constitutionally, they are the same. They register school children. They give health services, registry, and income transfer programs. There is an inequality at the municipality level. So to close my provocation is the challenge of integrating these systems in these digital governments. The digital government, as Maria Alexandra pointed out, the national government tends to follow the strategy, follow the leader. We are doing this, follow us. One thing we can discuss here is other strategies to bring subnational governments for a standard as good as that of the federal government, which is amidst the best in the world. After this provocation and the welcome, without further ado, I want to pass the floor on to Tiago Avila, a schoolmate, also a colleague from Digital Government Challenges. He's a computer scientist from the Federal University of Alagoas, a researcher in transparency and open government. He has a master's degree by UFLA, and he is currently a PhD candidate in public administration and government at FGV. He has been a public servant of the state of Alagoas for 20 years and holds the position of Superintendent of Management Modernization at the Secretariat of Planning and Management of Alagoas. He was one of the founders of the Digital Transformation Group of the States and Federal District, which is the GTD.gov. Tiago, it is a pleasure to have you. We had thought about 10 minutes for each presenter, so you have the floor. Thank you, Manuel Bonduque. It's a pleasure to see you again. I want to salute you on behalf of Insper and salute everyone else from federal government, interlegius, fellow panelists, Professor Katia Argolo. You are a reference to all of us. Antonio Carvalho. Have the representative from Alagoas, Professor David.
This afternoon, you are a very inspiration for my research. I'm very happy to stay here. Thank you. Bem, voltando ao tema que o Manuel falou.
Getting back to the topic proposed by Manuel. Well, when you presented this graph correlating HDI with the index of digital services offer, which are the best indexes to serve as a proxy of the status of maturity of the digital government in states. you have also mentioned
essa situação desfavorável do estado do Norte e Nordeste.
the
Tá o ensejo conforme
situation, the unfavorable situation of states of the North and Northeast. I want to share my screen, which I can't do, but I'll speak. I'll just speak. I invite you to research on Google the offer of digital services. There is a map. This index generates points for the states, 27 states plus the federal district, and there is a color scheme where the bluer, more maturity, more points, and the less color, less maturity, less points, except for Bahia, represented here by Katia Argolo, in the state of Amapá, and also Pernambuco, Paraíba, Ceará, and smaller towns. What we have seen is that the states in the north and northeast of Brazil, they have less points. They are in the third and fourth quadrant. When we look at another indicator, very well known here in Brazil, which is the rank of competitiveness of states developed by CLP. Coincidentally, in 2022 edition, there was a phenomenon that depicts inequality in Brazil. First placed, this rank classifies 27 units of the federation, and each state has a general. So in terms of inequality, the states from the Midwest, South, and Southeast, starting in São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, they rank the first 11 places, and from 12 to 27 are occupied by states of North and Northeast. I remember of a manager who said, here in Brazil we have the A series and the B series, comparing with the sports championship, the Premier League and individual leagues. It's inevitable to discuss digital government in Brazil without looking at this reality that Brazil is not a single country. The literature says that we have several Brazils within Brazil. The issue of inequality and in regional development needs to be associated when we talk about the digital government. The challenge is the National Council of Administrations in partnership with other entities. When we decided to start GTD.gov together with Manuel, was to reveal the complexity, institutional complexity, in terms of capacities and action of Brazilian states in terms of digital government. Although we praise national indicators, and we have many, we have serious institutions working with this, we felt that that photograph taken of Brazil at the time did not represent the complex reality as a whole of our country. We thought it was inadequate to associate the results to Brazil only to the results of the federal government. The state, there is great heterogeneity which is reviewed by some criteria, and at the municipal level, Antonio is going to talk more about that. This heterogeneity is greater. So with this backdrop, that Brazil is not a single country, is composed of several facets, and I hope you understand. We are a federation, we are a nation state, very heterogeneous. We have serious problems of regional inequalities that reflect on the digital government, and indicators show that. And contrasting that by what was said this morning in terms of the leadership for the digital government, these leaderships must understand these difficulties. For example, the solutions applied for southern Brazil cannot be applied to Alagoas, maybe some, others not. Same happens when we do international benchmarking. I have mentioned opportunities. I am very critical when we use the Scandinavian countries as a benchmark for Brazil, because their reality is totally different. We have a lot to learn from them because they are countries that develop well-being state. They look like what we have foreseen in our federal constitution. But cultures and governments are different, and there are many other differences. I understand that this is important when we consider these perspectives. May we look at other benchmarks to inspire us. So in closing, I want to congratulate the effort of the federal government to make this into a strategic agenda for all countries, although advances were greater at the federal level. But the digital government has become national. So the challenge I see for the elected governments is that this agenda be not only a national agenda, but an integrated agenda with inter-federation coordination. We need to develop a national strategy for a digital government. We understand that if the federal government is focused and articulate as regards making subnational entities responsible for their own development, this will generate advances. They need support. It is very complex to develop public policies for Brazil. Leaderships for the digital government needs to include this reality, take this reality into consideration. Within this context, we have as a content not only the offer of capacity building from the National of Public Education, but other institutions such as Insper, Interlegis. But we understand that we also need to advance in terms of capacity building, a more advanced capacity building that include and consider these regional inequalities, which are very deep in our Brazil. We could explore other facets under inequality, but I do not have enough time. And I also want to have this opportunity to learn from other colleagues. I will now close and would like to listen now. Thank you. Thank you, Tiago, for your words, for keeping your time, staying within time. And I'll pass the floor on to our second guest, Katia Castro. She has been a public manager in the government of Bahia for 31 years. She's an information systems analyst, holds a postgraduate degree in information systems management and a master's degree in public and private administration from UFBA. She received the Public Spirit Award in 2020 offered by Republic.org. She has a long trajectory in the implementation of the so-called one-stop shops with the pioneering project in Brazil of the citizen service in Bahia, later implemented in Portugal and Angola. Katia worked on the creation of the digital customer service and on the reference model for the corporate architecture of the digital platforms for public services of state governments of GTD.gov. She is currently manager of strategic solutions at ProDeb, the data processing company of the state of Bahia. I have your PowerPoint here. Just let me know when you start, when you need it. I'll do it for you. Thank you, Insper. On behalf of Manuel, in the name of Manuel, ILB. I have a cold. I apologize for my voice. I salute my friend Tiago, who's been a long-time friend from the government in our attempts to get closer to citizens. I salute Secretary Antonio Neto and other participants. I hope we can exchange ideas. My intention here is to share about my experience and what we need as perspective and face as a challenge, starting with 3 excerpts from the panel this morning. Maria Alexandra, Ciro Avelino, Professor David Eves, Manuel. A takeaway for me was that we need to look at the government at the digital age, the delivery of public value to make sense and include everyone. Tiago is smiling because this aligns with what we're doing. My idea is to share with you what is important for us to think so we can advance in this process in states and municipalities in an integrated way, counting on the support of the federal government. Manuel, can you please share your screen and show my slides? Going to share about our experience here in Bahia. We have a story when we talk about models, a concept, not a sentence. We work with a culture as an element of innovation. So we like to experiment. Get to know our citizens is important. So culture is something that we must keep in mind. States are different. Citizens are not all the same. There are different cultures, and we must understand that there is no private and public citizen. Some people say, I'm going to release the service and I will be helping the citizen. We must remember that citizens know what is Uber, iFood, cashback. They combine events on WhatsApp, use videos and make money on TikTok. They are in Instagram. They use the circular economy. So there is no private citizen and public citizen. This is a great truth. From the point of view of identification and culture, we have the culture of the document culture. I fear transferring IDs from paper to cell phones. We need a document for everything, so we need to reflect about it, trusting what I say. It is different from driving a car. We have technologies and we have produced enough data to rethink these processes. Digital transformation is not to rewrite, but to transform. So we need to leave some common places to make sense and to deliver public value. It's not only the issue of efficiency, because otherwise we will be a service Google will, or on the lottery of services. I have 4,000 services, 1,000 services. This is good for whom? This may be this is something we need to take into consideration and consider that we will make mistakes. Innovation is this, especially ours, which is inspiring. We will make mistakes, but we must make intelligent mistakes. And payback comes late. When we started here in Brazil, they said, no, nobody's going to use cell phones. Today we have today we have 2 cell phones per person, the 4th country in the world in internet access, and people said that nobody was going to use internet. So we need to abandon these paradigms and think outside the box. Look at the issue of behavior. What is privacy for the citizen? What is security? When we mention the data belongs and the service belongs to the citizen, what does that mean? What is the registry belongs to the citizen, and they can do what they want and share with whom they want. It's actually, it goes counter the idea of entering an address at every service that the citizen needs. So this is aligned with our services. Citizens already start wondering, because there in one place the process is simple, and here there are so many steps to be taken. There is a law now that citizens are not required to is not required to prove that they are not criminals. We have to prove that. So we need to rethink that based on the experience I had here in Bahia. Is an issue of entities and minds. We have shelf technology, we have lots of data, but we need to get rid of thinking power. When we think about can't, I will lose the use. Careful with this stigma. When I say I intend to do, that may mean I'm not ready. And we have a tendency to deliver value for citizens. This is our challenge, and we need to go ahead. When we mention I think this, I think that. Why didn't I think about this before? So this must be clear, so we do not betray ourselves. When we think about making sense, delivering value, we're talking about a journey, either through telehealth, through the delivery of a service. I need to work the language. It's not only what's in the service chart, how to make the person arrive at that service, but also the message the citizen gets when they're using the service. So how I sometimes remove a citizen from the online channel and bring it to the physical one. Why do I do that? So we need the levels of government needs to be integrated. Some things start at the federal level, but go through the state and sometimes through the municipality. So a service is not does not end in with only one institution. This needs to be more a better flow, have an intelligent flow. Otherwise, it will look like you are just transferring problems from the physical realm to the digital realm. And this is not a problem of the citizen, it's our problem. And this means we need to work with data, and we have a lot of data. We have citizen data everywhere. Citizens do not have to be updating their data at every institution. And we tell them that the registry belongs to the citizen, and that someday in the future we are going to synchronize all of these informations. And we talk about security, protection, privacy, and this whole speech must make sense for those who use the service. So when we talk about a journey, we also talk about an architecture, which means business, data, architecture, technologies. I need to attract, when I have 300 applications, how do I have an application for seasonal services? How do I reconnect it? This is a relationship, works on the long term. It's not instantaneous. Then I will advance through access. The concern is not to provide access, but how am I going to provide a cell with more memory for the citizen, because they need it? How are we going to work at an optimum level? Everybody has to give services to the citizen. It's a basic right, and we citizens are our clients. They do not need to suffer. The architecture must give this feeling of readiness, of a rapport relationship. And I can associate services, dialogue between the services. Do I need 1,000 services? Do they all make sense? Can I have only one service to change addresses, to change registries, bank operations? So a model is not a sentence, it's learning. In Estonia, for example, that is also used in Finland, that help a lot. This discussion on platform and digitized services, it's important for us to think about them so we can organize and define aspects that to help the government to reduce complexities and thus help the citizen. So I need to know where the information comes from, and I need to take care of them. Otherwise, the registry will never belong to me. It will always belong to the agencies that provide the service. Lastly, the issue of governance. There are many interests, many priorities, everybody trying to deliver services, to evolve in technology issues. There are many actors, many demands that we need to orchestrate, and this needs to be well done. How it's going, these services are going to be financed. Digital customer service with less than half services we had predicted generated a great economy. So how do we think about financing? This is important for sustainability, since we've been talking about the OSD, and it's important for the data will help us in very practical way. More inclusion with well-being are very important, and literacy is important when we talk about citizens. And Insper brought this idea of capacity building and the leader This is very important because one of the things that we learn with the public is that making mistakes generates consequences, and this is traumatic. When you talk about Schumpeter's creativity, he didn't think about the punishments we can have. So this needs to be demystified. We need to make processes obsolete so we can deliver value, and we must be attuned to this process. So the internal literacy must overcome these issues. When we talk about disruption, it has to do with dynamism and flexibility, which in public service may sound like disobeying the law. So we think about our perspective and our challenges, and that's what I had to say. Thank you, Katia, for your excellent presentation. When I removed your PowerPoint, I did not mean that you had to stop. Did I talk too fast? A little bit. But it was great. Thank you, Katia. There are many points that we can use to discuss. You summarized in your slide a very good synthesis, but my problem, what I really love is the issue of governance. How do you organize the system so that the actors will see their place and are able to contribute? This is one of the great challenges that we have in the Brazilian context. I liked the fact when we were preparing the class, when you showed this morning, so you showed design thinking, which is a way of redoing this model of redoing and thinking data size. It's also a way of thinking the data briefing government. How am I going to think about data orientation? And we will have new insights for the government. And I really liked this about the morning panel. Congratulations, Professor Eves, David Eves, and Professor Inez Mergel. So, Antonio, I have your PowerPoint. I can share the screen if you are unable to show it. I will now pass the floor on to Antonio Carvalho Silva Neto, who is a Municipal Secretary of Governance. We were talking about governance of the municipality of Maceió, President of the Municipal Council of Science, Technology and Innovation, and Vice President of Institutional and Federative Relations of the Forum Inova Cidades. I had the pleasure of participating in the launching of this forum in São Paulo about 3 years ago. This forum seeks to develop the capacities of innovation in the Brazilian municipalities. Antonio, please share more about that. Thank you so much for your availability. Please speak slower if you can to help our translator. Your considerations, please. Thank you, Manuel. Thank you, Insper, for the invitation. I'll be in the person of Leonardo, who's a longtime friend. I have this challenge of being here, working on governments, digital government. I want to salute my friend Tiago, who is a reference in digital transformation and also knowledge management, knowledge and information management, who is fundamental for the digital government. I want to salute Katia, Maria, who have done a wonderful work in Bahia, as Manuel said. The 8DI is low, but in terms of services, the index is high. And speaking after Katia and Tiago is difficult because they have already said almost all, and they said the main aspects of the digital government. As Katia said, mentioned the transformation of a government. If we think about if digitalization is a digital process, all we'll be doing is scanning and transposing papers from papers to electronic, but we are not changing how the government relates to the citizen. And maybe this is a consequence of the terminology used to characterize this government of the 21st century. Digital government relates to technology a lot, when actually technology is a means to achieve the end, which are services for citizens, especially those citizens that need to be included into a continuous relationship with the government. This is important because we have not only states, but also municipalities that are heterogeneous within the same state. So the issue is not only geographic, but it's also correlated with culture, as mentioned by Katia, which is fundamental, and I'm going to talk more about this because this is key. There is also the socio-economic issue, because the digital government, if we think as a focus to improve services for citizens and bring them to better understand the government and the services available in the different ways of accessing these services. As Katia said, why not have an analog channel? We may not have 100% accessing digital services. This is natural. For example, the digital book, Kindle, we read books in Kindles. Some people prefer paper books. This is natural. It's an issue of connection, so the importance to understand micro regions, micro locations, development today, the production of public policies must focus on the locations. It's not because I want to produce a service without planning. On the opposite, planning is fundamental to micro-regionalize policies so I can be more effective on the services I'm delivering. We talk about participation, co-creation, which are fundamental points. And we talked about design thinking. Why are they important as public management tools? Because they allow us to listen society in a micro-regionalized way, by region, by sectors, because the intersectoriality, the integration amidst the the levels of government must be reflected in society. I must bring the civil construction, environment, the government, and with their different characteristics, the different sectors involved in the process. Otherwise, the journey of a continuous development and to manage a digital government and building a digital government will be continuous, subject to renovation. Katia mentioned the customer service, digital customer service in Bahia, thinking about how many changes the process went through. And this is natural because society is dynamic, the government is dynamic. And what we notice is institutions are having trust issues because they are resistant to the digital changes. The power issue is relevant because digital services generates a certain fear of power, of not being able to control what I deliver to citizens. When citizens are part of the co-creation process, the product built to not belong to one sector or one department. The government is intersectorial everywhere. If there is a payment and the provision of a service, it's likely that there are two entities involved in this service provision. So when we think outside the box and go to a different logic, that I have to deliver services and not my agency, I do not have to sell my agency. I start changing this culture and this mindset to promote changes. I need to change the culture. And if I don't organize the agencies for them to talk, if I don't have governance as an ally, and if I don't have a planning, adaptable planning that is adaptable to the process, we know how much we have to adapt and learn with mistakes. Mistakes are necessary. I know that a fear of punishment is big, but we need to make mistakes. And the digital transformation is a process of continuous learning. In closing, as regards all of these aspects, the key takeaway, the key aspect to build a digital government is the culture, the issue of culture, to understand the particularities of each location. If I talk to Tiago, there are many ideas that I can bring to Maceió, but I cannot bring the same ideas to other states. Maceió is totally different from Penedo in Alagoas, which is we cannot. I must think about the individual municipality. When we talk about digital government and people, we must understand that the digital government must be organic and not a piece of legislation that obliges me to make documents available on the internet. The digital government, the goal is to change from and analogical to digital to improve services. If we think it would be like taking an expensive car and giving it to a person who cannot drive. So first we need to contextualize and understand of change and think, and the importance of the co-participation and the co-creation of the citizen in the process. And when I say citizen, not only the civil society, but I'm talking about the private sector, the academia. They have a lot to contribute. These sectors must unite to build services, to transform these services. In doing that, trust in public institutions will be recovered, and services may be even better than what services need. And I am also able to promote a change in mindset. People think that that service belongs to them because they feel a part of the process, which makes people to engage more. So that's what I had to contribute. Thank you.
It's an honor to be here with you. You are a reference when we talk about this topic and thinking of public purpose and innovation. So when we think about the value of having public service more efficient and more focused on the system. Então, agradecer, professor Manuel, nosso moderador, Leonardo, Kátia, Thiago.
Thank you, moderator Leonardo, Katia. Let us now go on to the dialogue. Maybe I talk too much, but it's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you, Antonio, for your inputs. Of what you said, the key takeaway is what you said about the micro locations. We are talking about states, municipalities, but we also have the context of the super local. What are the potentials of the digital transformation brings, so we can hear these locations so that services are adequate in terms of offer, in terms of language for each place. Another issue is what can we copy? One of the advantages of the digital world is that solutions can be shared and copied. We talked about soft power policies in Estonia expanding their alliance with the use of the digital, with the ideas government as a platform to share solutions. These are issues that on which we need to advance. Introduced in the morning, so it's not going to be introduced again. Professor David, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all the panelists and for everybody who's participating today. It's been such a joy to see the incredible amount of research and work going on in Brazil, which I think there's such interesting digital government work happening here. And I hope that the syllabus that my colleagues and others around the world have developed can prove useful for people who are trying to teach public servants here in Brazil. I wanted to return to the question that Manuel had asked at the beginning of this panel, which was about how do we support the huge diverse range of governments, as in different levels, local, regional, national, socioeconomic backgrounds, economic capacities, social capacities, this incredible diversity of governments that you have in Brazil. And I kind of want to talk a little bit about that. And along the way, I feel like I share many of the interests of my panelists, but I do think that there's some places where I disagree around kind of implementations or possibilities that I'd like to highlight as well. So the first thing I always sometimes like to do actually from the syllabus itself is I sometimes just like to talk a little bit about one of the reasons why governments struggle, particularly local governments struggle so much with the transition to a digital age. And a big reason here is that when you look at a lot of governments and you kind of think about how governments are structured, it's pretty simple. There's a department, there's activities that department has to do, and then there's some database that stores the history of past decisions and the histories of kind of allocations. So like your driver's license record, your driver's license history, that's all stored somewhere. And if you think about how most governments look, you can kind of imagine there's different government agencies within the local government, and each one of them has to authenticate users, enable those users to search for their address or enter their address, enter some sort of validating information about who they are, and then fill out some form in order to get that service. And then that's all going to get stored in some database somewhere in that agency. And so at the local government level, you are often rebuilding all of this infrastructure over and over and over again every single time you have to launch a new service. And a big challenge with a country like Brazil is, as the country gets wealthier, citizens demand more and more services from their government. And so more and more services have to get built, which creates more and more complexity and more work that has to be done, all kind of creating a lot of duplication, because now every single time you're rebuilding an authentication system, you're rebuilding a new form. So we have this incredible amount of duplication that's going on at the local level and at the regional level and even at the national level. And this is particularly punitive to governments that are small and to governments that have fewer resources, because they can't afford to build all of these services at the same level of quality at all compared to their wealthier cousins in other jurisdictions. One thing that is nice about this model is it has very clear lines of accountability. So you know, like the minister's in charge of this service and this minister's in charge of this service. And it's very nice to kind of allocate budget accordingly. And it adheres quite nicely to kind of notions of accountability that we have in democratic systems. Now, the truth is actually it's even worse than this, that if you zeroed in on just one of those departments, it's not like one department does a single service. Most departments are doing many services. So there, it's not just that it's getting replicated on a department level. If you zoom into a department, you'll find different services getting recreated over and over and over again. So for like the tax office, maybe they're charging income taxes, sales tax. This is for income duties. Each one has to have its own digital system, each one with its own storage, each one with its own director or manager who's accountable and responsible for managing that service. My hope is that this image looks very familiar to most of you, because this is how we organize government when we had to do that with paper, because the transaction costs of moving paper around were very high. And so you need to organize the paper in a vertical silo. So it's easy to keep it in storage. It's easy to retrieve it, and you know where it is. And so you're accountable for it. Antonio, I love your smile. I love that this is resonating with you. Now, if you think about kind of like the different types of states, well, a small state like Roraima, it can only afford to build so many of those vertical silos, especially in contrast to a much wealthier state like Sao Paulo. So of course, you're going to end up with these huge disparities. And the way that we think about delivering services digitally exasperates those disparities, because probably federal funding arrives to pay for the creation of a new service, and then federal funding arrives to pay for another service. Each one's getting built on its own in isolation, but each one has to be managed and maintained, and they cost a lot to do that. Okay, I see some people nodding, and that's giving me hope that the story feels familiar to people. Again, though, vertical accountability is very, very nice. We like know who's in charge and who's responsible, so that's a very nice feature. We don't want to totally forget that. Okay. The thing is many of the benefits of what happens in the digital era are really about gaining huge access to scaled services.
where you can have a service that's distributed over lots and lots of people. So I always like to just remind everybody of this using a really simple example, which is your phone. So almost everybody on this call has a smartphone of some form. And the thing that makes your smartphone so magical is the kind of, in part, is this operating system. So this is like your iOS, your operating system. And if you think about like what you then download onto your phone, there's all these different apps that you download onto your phone. They all work because of the operating system. But the real magic is what's going on in your iPhone is actually the infrastructure of your iPhone, the camera, the memory, the GPS system, the accelerometer. What your operating system is really giving is a kind of common reference, like a plug to go access this infrastructure that's the same for every single app. And that's why, because this lever here stays very constant, the rules around this stay very constant, the beauty is when you buy a new phone and all of this gets updated, your apps still all work because this has stayed constant. So the software just has to talk to this, it doesn't have to talk to the hardware directly. So that's what gives us incredible leverage where all of these things get to share this common infrastructure. The Facebook doesn't have to build or create a whole new way to access your camera. Snapchat doesn't have to do that. Candy Crush doesn't have to find a new way to access your accelerometer. They're all accessing this shared infrastructure using a very simple set of rules that Apple has created. That's how we get scale. So if you start to think about, maybe just quickly, what gets particularly interesting about this is up here, because of this architecture, you can have a high rate of variability, like very quick turnover. So your apps are updating on your phone like every other week, once a month, constant changes are going on. And that really doesn't matter. It's like because this layer here is so stable, you can make these updates secure, knowing that as long as you adhere to the rules of this stage, you're completely fine. And you can also have variability down here. So as I mentioned, you can update your phones. And when you get new hardware, Apple has ensured that hardware is compatible with this interface layer. And so all your apps will work even when you change the hardware. This is what gives us like incredible scale. And so I think the big shift that we're actually trying to think around digital transformation is in part is how do we shift from that first architecture system where we have vertically architected systems into a system where we have shared infrastructure of some form. And so what does that look like? And what I think that looks like is you could have services, some shared components, and some data layers. And some of these layers could be shared or organized by the federal government to take the cost away from regional and particularly local level governments, so they're not rebuilding this infrastructure over and over and over again in parallel. This is how I think we get to real kind of thinking about real cost savings across a country. And so you already, and this is quite nice as well because it's here at the service level that we want to have a high level of variability. This is where we want to achieve the customization that Antonio, you were talking about, that you're going to want to have at the regional level. But I probably don't want a high degree of customization down at the data level. I might to some degree, so that the cities might have some data that are collecting, but I probably want to have fairly consistent data across the entire country for a huge number of services. So I feel like we get into this kind of trade-off of like, oh, well, we have to be highly customized. And I'm like, no, how do we create a world where we allow customization where we need it and standardization where we can have it as well to enjoy the kind of the economies of scale that standardization can give us. So this takes me to like the very first point that Thiago made, which was, we shouldn't be looking at the Scandinavians as an example. And I kind of agree in part, but I agree in part because I don't think that that's where the most interesting work is happening. I think the most interesting work happening in government is happening in emerging markets because they're the ones who are most aggressively thinking about how do we build shared services because they can't afford to recreate monoliths over and over and over again. So when I think about kind of like the most ambitious possible example of this I can think of, I think of Aadhaar, the biometric identity system in India, which has over 1 billion users on it, which are being used, that system, to authenticate into both government services and banking and a number of other services. And that's really a combination of a shared kind of platform level shared component combined with data collection with some core pieces of data information about each individual in the country. And by building this infrastructure, now every local government in India can leverage it to authenticate its citizens to provide them services. They don't have to rebuild it over and over and over again. So this for me is this is part of the opportunity. And that's what I see. I mean, I shared these exact slides 5 years ago with the Brazilian government. And I know that this is in part how they are also trying to think about this problem, which is how do we think about creating some shared services for regional and local governments to alleviate the cost and expenditure of them going out and procuring, or worse, building all of those things over and over again. And that's what I think people are trying to do with the digital ID and the unique identifier at the Brazilian national level. It's also what I think has been so great about Pix. Pix is also about, rather than having every single person recreate a new spending platform or a payment distribution platform, can we create a single one to radically lower costs? And I just think, forget about the private markets, where I think Pix has been very transformational as well, but just from a public goods perspective, think about how much money Pix is saving local governments, making it easier for them to distribute cash and to charge for services. And this is exactly the kind of approach that I think is where we're going, and it gets really exciting. And you don't see this in the United States. You don't see this in Canada. You don't see this in France, or at least not nearly as much. Where you see it is more in emerging markets, in Togo, in Brazil, in Bangladesh, in India. That's the places where I think the most interesting things are happening. And that's where I think the world is starting to look for more and more inspiration about how to be trying to do these things. I think we could be doing the same thing around data. And I think ID is kind of a way to try to get into data. So now you can start to think about how do we collect canonical data sets about people, so we can do some more of the data sharing that Katya was talking about as being kind of so critical to making governments work effectively. And then all of this can make it much, much cheaper to do work up at the display layer to quickly offer new services. So that is when we think about what the Estonians are doing, they've really been quite good at getting this data layer organized. I mean, it's not so much that they organized their services beautifully or did great work on the UX. What they really did was organize all of their data to make it much easier to exchange and have single sources of truth that people could rely on. And that, again, is kind of what India's stack is about. I think just an incredibly ambitious program. So I share that as when I think about the challenge that Manuel is setting for us, I agree with Katya. I think we have to think differently, but that doesn't mean that everybody has to do everything uniquely in every single jurisdiction. We have to do things differently, or that we should always be kind of user-focused on things that we do. I think those things are important, but what allows us to become more user-focused and to have flexibility is to really think about what is the core infrastructure that makes everything cheaper and faster and easier for others to build on top of. I hope this is helpful. Thank you so much.
Obrigado, David. Thank you, David. Foi muito.
Thank you, David. Very timely reflections. We have a challenge to unify platforms, and Katya maybe could talk more about that in terms of having a singular architecture, which is the work you did at the GTD. But before handing the floor to our guests for another round of reactions, I'd like to invite Paulo Guerra from Dom Cabral Foundation for a question he wanted to ask. So Paulo, you have the floor. Thank you, David. In addition to these examples, I would cite Interlegis, year of the legislative school, based on what you said, and also say the electronic system of information to corroborate what David's presented in terms of elements. And I have a graph such as that presented by Professor Manuel. I think about the outsiders start to understand how they were able to create shortcuts to get to the results they got without having the elements. I was very impressed with the issue of Bahia, Goiás, and Rio Grande do Sul. I would like to take advantage of Katya's participation to explore which were the elements in which by invested in an ecosystem that made it to have such a distinguished result from others.
Kátia, fica à vontade para tomar a palavra e depois os demais.
Katya has the floor.
Na verdade, assim, a gente tem uma experiência,
Actually, our experience, as we said,
coisa da cultura, né?
we focused on the culture. So our model of relationship with the citizens comes from 1995. So we look at what citizens use, what is convenient for them, so we can bring this to the public. So we can integrate the private and the public. This is the model of our customer service. So a model is not a sentence, it's a concept. So our digital customer service comes from this evolution of the physical customer service as a channel. The physical model, one-stop shop, it is a channel where you have face-to-face service and you have other channels in the digital customer service. You talk to Zap, WhatsApp, cell phone. It's not anything different with what we do with private companies. That's what happened. We brought together, we did not redid legacy systems. We optimize these tools of the new world for the public environment to offer services, overcoming all challenges faced at a face-to-face approach, because you need the person to be there face-to-face, and you need to have space to have all of those agencies. Otherwise, people will be further, we have to go somewhere else. So we grew very aware of the local culture. We created an abstraction, and with the technology we had, we advanced to this view, this platform view, as we called a Lego platform in 2016. So what we had invested, the state had already invested in a platform monitored, so I know what is the retention level for the different stages, and we can redo this phase online. We can move stages around, so I know if I did a service and if that service can be more far-reaching, such as the ID cards we had. Why not use this for relationships, personalized, be proactive? The market already works with this. How can we work this process, BPMS? How can I do this in a way that is easier for the agency to understand what's working, what's not, and rethink visually how it could be better? So we further abstracted about what could be united in terms of the analogical and digital, not to replace, but to integrate and aggregate everything that happens face to face as an interface at the digital channel. We must include everyone. To include everyone, it means that I need, regardless of digital literacy, to provide the channel of your convenience. And you can tell me, no, I had this platform of the federal government. When we started this project, we did not have this proposal as we have today of the federal government. Our project dates back to 2016. So we built our path with GTD, and Tiago, you remember that. We made that platform available for partnerships with other states, partnerships with municipalities. I remember with Alagoas, we thought about having a partnership with a data center of Prodeb. We are partners of the Gov, and we have our own authentication, but we use the GovBR authentication. It is important for us to have our registry because registry management is input for public policies. It needs to be integrated, and we have this issue of these silos of data. It was not solved at the digital environment. It would be nice if we had this world of having this data to create layers, an X road, for example, and a citizen could develop their services, but we do not that availability. We had to work with what we had, and we have aggregated value for citizens. Today, we have almost 5 million of registry. From 2018, we have had over 11 million digital services. We have had a lot of access by cell phone. So the last researches of GTD, we are the best application and one of the best evaluated by citizens. So our path was that of not reinvent the wheel and to try and aggregate any kind of service. Let's say maybe we want to integrate with Uber, use Uber to deliver medicines in the hinterlands of Brazil. Maybe we can do that partnership. So the idea is to aggregate and bring ideas together. If there's more interest in these, interest in doing this, our platform is ready. We use an open software, and all this was built based on pillars that we have to integrate, and when we want to talk about flexibility and dynamism, to grow, I need to do these things quickly. The API integration facilitated our lives. We have a new government. It will be 100 days without services. This is important. We've always thought in terms of the culture and what makes sense. We're never really concerned about we're going to have 1,000 digitized services. It has to make sense. What makes sense, the service that makes sense is included. Thank you, Katia.
Fica aberta a palavra aí se Tiago e Antônio quiserem falar. Antônio já abriu o microfone.
Tiago, Antonio, would you like to say something? Antonio has opened his mic, so you have the floor.
Eu não estou ouvindo, não sei se sou só eu.
Seu áudio não está entrando, mas seu microfone está aberto.
Your mic is open, but we can't hear you, your audio, Antonio.
Não. Tenta dar uma checadinha aí.
Check it out, and in the meantime, let's move on. Tiago, you have the floor. Just want to say quickly, trying to complement Katia's answer to Paulo Guerra. Bahia, in addition to its pioneering with the digital customer service, Bahia has also very interesting employees. We have professionals with different backgrounds, experienced professionals that have contributed at the national level. The SEI system mentioned by Paulo. Bahia is over that, which is an inspiration for Alagoas. And I understand
Essa questão da
that this issue
de capital humano qualificado
of qualified human capital makes a difference for us to achieve results. Look at Goiás. I had the opportunity of Goiás brought to its government structure people who are highly capable, and they had a great evolution. And Rio Grande do Sul also has amazing employees that have experience and are highly able. In the case of Bahia and Rio Grande do Sul, these states also have schools for capacity building. So these employees make a difference. Are the GDF employees worse than those of other countries? The second variable to maybe answer your question is the leadership factor and public spirit factor. In terms of Bahia, let's use Katia's example. For public services in Bahia and Rio Grande do Sul, I'm going to mention Karen Lopez, who is a great public servant. There is a strong leadership and public spirit in these two women that I have cited, and they achieve results and inspire political cycles. So this needs to have an initial drive, a minimal structure that can be built in an interactive way. We're not going to wait for the ideal scenery, but the structure must be built over time. And we have these leaderships, especially when there's a change in political cycles. What I have seen in the coordination of GTD and what I see in the dialogue with these three states, Minas Gerais is another state that deserves, because they were able to be perennial in retaining their employees. So Rodrigo Diniz is a great national leader who has been an inspiration. And he has also been maintaining the topic of digital government with a group of public servants in Minas Gerais. And in closing, we see that in these states, this happens clearly. In other states, this doesn't happen. And we should have an investigation as to what we could do to further develop these aspects. Thank you, Tiago. These are classic points as to why we can advance, how we can advance leadership and employees. I'm not sure if Antonio's audio is back. Not yet. If you want to try logging off and logging back in, we can try later. So based on these provocations, I wonder how can we build in states and municipalities that do not have employees such as these? How can we advance? Katia, did you raise your hand? Do you want to say something? Interesting. What Tiago said, it's very interesting. If we think when physical customer service was born in 1995, and now we're talking about the digital customer service. We have amazing employees for this innovation. And there's also this issue of a strategic level of having this aptitude for innovation, for this type of project, and an appetite for risk, because we're talking about something very difficult. It's when you talk about digitization in 2015, everybody thought this is megalomaniac. It's not going to work out. It's going to take 10 years. So the issue of leadership and vision, we have a different management here in Prodeb with the same vision. So this really helps to leverage projects of this size and maintain the growth, because sustainability is important for this effort with all agencies. That's what I had to say. Oh, all right. Antonio, you have the floor. I wanted to agree with Tiago on the issue of leadership. Now you are muted. Let me repeat. I understand leadership as essential, but also I see the importance. If we do not have a quick gains in some aspects to start changing the culture by believing that that brings value, in the beginning, people will doubt, will it work out? If there are some gains, for example, the GovBR, when you think of the federal government, they did not start in a structured way. The transition for the services, the way it was said, was a transition of those who want to join can join at the federal level, and then later they included others. Another fact is related with the issue of power brought up by Katia. The GovBR belongs to the federal government, but is not specific for something. We know that's the Secretariat of Digital Government leads it. But when we think about the common citizen, they think it's the digital government of Brazil there. But the vision is much more, much larger. When David was talking about the departments, I agreed in thinking how the segmentation damages from the point of view of exchanging information amidst the agencies due to the issue of power. Each agency wants to fight. I understand that the institutional vision of the transformation process is fundamental. If we think about it, when we think about customer service, it gives digital services to citizens, and possibly there is all areas of government have this interchange. Since that is seen something that belongs to the government of Bahia, we can start breaking the resistance. But that's where leadership comes in. Leadership has to be very diplomatic, because it's going to break barriers not by violence, via direct impact, but by talking via dialogue to skip stages. We eliminate people. When we talk about analogical services, when steps are eliminated, people are eliminated. What am I going to do with that person impacted? 35 years ago, in one of those stages of a certain service, there was somebody stamping and signing. So people have that as their identity. And once again, the issue of culture is essential. It is the driver, if used by the leadership, can produce this breach in mindset. The federal government, it's difficult to integrate the bases. Those who developed SAY was TRF4, which granted helped the planning ministry, but basic update was made by TRF4. It depends on the IT team of states and municipalities. Many do not have such teams. It's not as easy the adhesion as it seems. The federal government has worked to replace SAY for another solution. So we must think how these pieces fit together so that people can trust what is made available. For example, the GovBR registry, many people resist adhering. For public policies, we need information, and we need to know who we are delivering that public policy. So more important than this registry is to adapt it and to include all necessary information. The network can carry out this dialogue, and it is this process of breaking resistance, the walls, and wherever they are. Thank you, Antonio. Great contribution. I'm happy your mic is back. Now to close our panel, we have 5 more minutes. So I want to invite David for his final words and to say goodbye.
Yeah, it's so fascinating to listen to this conversation. There's so much that I agree with. I think a few thoughts. One is I'm very interested in infrastructure, but I'm only interested in infrastructure if it's going to enable people to do better work locally. And so the whole reason we thought that building a syllabus to teach these materials was important was because we know we need public servants who are familiar and comfortable in this world to be able to take these tools and build better services with them. So I think any strategy that has us thinking about how we're going to deliver services or create public goods in the 21st century has to think about how we're going to upskill our public servants to enable them to function effectively in the digital age. And so I think here's one area where I think we're all completely united and in agreement. I think the challenge for us is how much skill do they need to have? And this is something we really, I think we constantly wrestle with, because if our theory of change is that every public servant needs to be a data scientist or a software engineer, we will never have enough talents. But that bar is too high. Even the even the IT sector cannot recruit enough talent that has those skill sets. So we really have to figure out what's the minimum amount of skill that public servants need to have, at least general public servants, so they can interface with vendors and with the technology staff and with the technology teams so they can be effective. And this is what I kind of really want people to be thinking about, which is not what's everything everybody has to know, but what's the minimum that everybody needs to know, and then what are the specializations that we can then have that, you know, are kind of more traditional, like software engineer and designer, and they're people we would expect them to have deep expertise. And I think that becomes still more challenging when you think at the local level. But again, it's why I think infrastructure is such an interesting way to think about the problem, because if you have infrastructure, then it becomes easier at the local level to build services. And so maybe you need less of the more technical talent, but you'll still need lots and lots of the design, service design, user experience. Many of the skills that I think are maybe a little bit easier and faster to acquire, we'll still need lots of that. And we need to think about how to skill up the people at the front lines with those skills. I am less worried about us automating things and then not having enough work for people to do. I really like to think about my friend Tim O'Reilly, who has this wonderful line where he says, it's not like there's a shortage of problems to solve. So if we figured out how to automate a whole bunch of government work, it's not like there aren't lots and lots of problems that every country in the world has that we need people to be thinking about and focusing on. And in fact, if we can get people away from entering forms into a computer and into a world of helping someone, get out of poverty or discover meaning in their life or connect with family and friends in a more important way, I can't imagine a better thing I would want them to be doing. And so I'm not really worried about a shortage of work. I want to automate and simplify so we can redeploy the incredibly valuable asset that is people to go tackle the problems that only people can tackle. And so this is why I think the imperative for thinking about some automation is so important. The final thing I just wanted to close on too is I also think this distinction between people wanting to do services over the phone, like online on their phone or on a computer versus in person, I think is in part also a false dichotomy. Every service that people do in person in a government center is still going to be on a computer. They may not be entering it in manually themselves, but it's not like it's going to go onto a piece of paper and then going to be put into a filing cabinet and that's the way the service is going to get delivered. It's going to still be intermediated with a digital system, and that system has to be easy to use for the public servant, even if it's not the citizen. So again, I think regardless of whether we think we're going to have a large number of services online or not, the reality is all these services will be digital, and the faster and the easier and the better we make them, the more efficient we'll be, so we can redeploy our most precious resources, which are people, onto the problems that only people can deal with.
Obrigado mais uma vez ao David, a Kátia, ao Antônio.
Thanks, David, Kátia, Antônio, Tiago. It was a great pleasure to have you for the launching of the Portuguese version of Teaching Public Service in the Digital Age to Portuguese. Those who are participating in David's discussion about government as a platform is in Unit 2. There are classes he taught in that unit. We have raffled the course for Insper, and the winner was Rafael Cancelier. You will be contacted by Insper to choose your class. Of my choice is digital transformation in public service. It's available there, but you can choose another one from our portfolio on public policies. Contributions were interesting, but my feeling is that we could spend more time discussing these ideas, many aspects that we have not talked about. There's lots of knowledge at the subnational level that we need to systematize and make available and teach people of the federal government, myself included, to understand what needs to be done at a more local way. One of the tools to do that is the open syllabus. We can propose other classes that are not there, bring this knowledge from south to south, knowledge in Portuguese that will be accessible to other Portuguese-speaking countries from Africa and Portugal, Timor-Leste. Interventions in Portuguese can be, we want them to be reflected in the syllabus. And we hope to have this knowledge generated in Brazil in terms of classes, videos, reports. We'd like those to be present in the syllabus in other languages. This is an invitation to all of you to produce materials to integrate into the syllabus. On behalf of Insper and ILB Interlegis, I want to thank you all for your participation. I want to thank Maria Iracema, who translated all this content over the last 2 years. And I also want to salute the team, the Interlegis team, who lost an employee this afternoon. Thank you all, and I'll see you shortly. See you shortly. Congratulations for the event. Goodbye all. See you soon.